I'm going to wait and see, but I think we're live. Oh my God. I may not be live for long. This cough, man. Cough is going to kill me. So today we're going to work on level 6. We did the mapping. Man, I don't know when we finished, when we actually did this. We worked on this a while back. And we still have to put all the stuff in for the descriptions. Now, I'm going to adjust my screen so I'm not looking up to read the descriptions of the rooms because honestly, seeing the descriptions is more important than seeing my OBS studio. All right. So this is this level. I mean, if we take a look at it, this level is huge. Another huge level, right? Looks like we have 46 rooms. Now, these are identical, so they'll be pretty easy, I believe. But this is why mapping can just take a long time. You know, we can do the basic map hour and a half. But, you know, especially if you're like me, where you just try to get everything to look the way you want it to look. Like this is a room with scrolls and desks and that kind of stuff, and I was real picky with how it looked. You don't have to be picky. You could do a base map and it would still be better than what you've got out of the box per se, you know, from Wizards with that black and white map. Because here, let's take a look. So we're not going to go all the way out. Here's our map, right? Decorated as described. And then this is what you get to work with. A black and white map. Take the furniture away and that's all you have is that black and white. Bleh. So that's why we do the mapping, to make it look nicer for the players. And, you know, if you're picky, that's why you do it. Trying to tweet out that we're live. So we've got that done. We'll leave this up. And we'll look at this for our notifications. Now let's go ahead and do this because right before we got on, I heard the ding. Somebody followed. And let's see, it was Lunar Eats XQC Food Today. Thank you for the follow. It's greatly appreciated. Hope you're having an awesome day. I'm a little disappointed today. You know, I said yesterday I was waiting for an attachment for my... Here, let's do it this way. It's up there for my Elgato key light. The key light's really nice. It comes with a stand that attaches to your desk. And, you know, if I didn't have my setup here, because I've got 1, 2, 3, 4 monitors, right? Let's see if we can do it this way. There you go. You can see it. 1, 2, 3, 4. And because of that, I'd have to have, like, right up here, if we went up, in between a small light, like a spot to be direct on, or the idea right now is to move a light up there on an angle, so it's kind of coming over here. Now, the issue is going to be, and we've got a bounce going right now, which is why we have shadows on this side. So the shadows will be a little more pronounced. And we'll probably figure something out to do some type of low lighting coming in from there, whether it's a bounce card or what. You know, we'll see what we're going to do. But I was waiting for that arm to come, and you know, here we go. Here we go. Look at this. I'm sitting here talking, and see that thing's all zip tied, catching Pokemon for me. Yeah, last night it was crazy. I put up incense while I was playing D&D. I caught like 50 freaking Pokemon without even paying attention. And I'm kind of trying to decide. We got this yesterday in stream. It's nice. It does the same thing this does without having to zip tie it, and you can put it on your wrist. But I had connectivity issues using this thing last night. So ideally, I'd like to be able to use this, but you know, the Pokemon Gotcha evolve, but we'll see. We'll see. But anyway, let's get back to important stuff. Let's get back to our mapping. Make sure everything's working right now. So we need to get room 8 is the next room we're doing. 8A and 8B. I should say rooms 8 since there's an A and B. And let's see. Wooden donkeys. Standing around the room are 5 crude wooden constructs resembling donkeys. Each of these magic dummies has a body made of a wooden keg turned on its side. A head and neck made of wood and sackcloth. I know we don't have wooden donkeys. So let's take a look. See, this is going to... I'll pull this over so that you can see what we're looking at. So here... This is from D&D Beyond. This is the wooden donkey. So I feel like I can't really put these in here because these are going to be... What's the best way to put it? These are going to be combat participants, combatants. And so they should be dropped in by the DM. Now, it does say the wooden donkey is incapacitated without a rider. So, I don't know. Maybe if somebody's crazy, they could ride around on a barrel donkey. Maybe. That would be totally silly. But I have some silly players, so somebody's going to ride a wooden donkey when they get here. I know it. So let's see what these things... Let's look at this again. Wooden donkey... Well, it would get killed in combat. AC of 10, 11 hit points, speed of 40. So you'd be able to ride quick until the donkey got blown up. One AoE spell and that thing's gone. Gone. Conditional immunities. Yeah. Blinded, charmed, frightened. It's not immune to any specific type of damage other than poison. Somebody wants to do it for fun, then that would be funny. And that's fine. It is what it is. It is what it is. So, there are 5 of those. What we could do... First, let's get out of this so we don't screw up the map. I guess what we could do is put like 5 barrels in here. And just leave it at that. So, let's see if any of these barrels float our boat. All right. You know what? We're going to lose some of him, but let's center ourselves up here. So, do we really care? Not that much. You need to take this down to, because the scale on this is going to be 0.5. Again, our squares here, that the base map, these, let's turn snap off again. These squares here are 10 by 10. And I use this flooring generally to show where the 5 by 5 floors are. So we need to always have most of our furniture and everything in here scaled down to 0.5, you know, half of a full square. And that's what we've got. So there's a barrel. There's a barrel. I need 5 of them. They can go anywhere, that's fine. So there's our 5 wooden donkeys. We're going to have to be happy with that, because I'm not drawing wooden donkeys. We'll never need them again. The frescoes and stuff like that, we can't do anything about. There's an arch gate in 8B. Stone arch embedded in the south wall is engraved with images. So let's go to our standard arch, which is a tombstone embedded in the wall. And we always use this, the crypts and cemeteries. I mean, we can shake it up and use some a different one. Now this, we need to kick up the scale, because it does need to be an arch big enough for somebody to go through. And I never really care about the scale that much. So put that there. There's our arch. So that's 8A and 8B. 9. Where's 9? Let's do this. After we do 9 and 10, we'll get our save point in. In fact, let's do this. I want to make sure. Yeah, there we are. We worked on a different map yesterday, and this one actually opened up where it was supposed to. Sometimes you have to go through and mess with your save point. So 9, the mustering hall. Blunted picks hang with shields every 10 feet along the walls. Dwarvish runes. So there's a pit trap down here. So every 10 feet, we could do it this way. Go bam, bam, bam. You know, center of each one of these squares would be every 10 feet. And then, you know, like that along there. So let's see if we can find an upright shield. We need to go to all. Ooh, that's kind of a nice looking shield, isn't it? Anything else? We could go with that, but let's go with fancy. All right, so we need to take this down to 0.5 again. And let's make sure we read this. Blunted picks hang with shields along every 10 feet along the walls. Now, I don't think I'm going to have an upright pick. They're all going to be like they're laying on the floor. So let's see if what snapping does. See, it won't let me put it right here on the wall. So we're going to do it this way. And we're gonna make sure they're placed as good as possible. We're gonna try something here too. Bear with me 1 minute. Oh, waiting for that to connect. There. There. And there. We know that's every 10 feet. And let's reread this. I'm going to assume we need them down at that other end too. Yeah, so here we'll do what we said. We'll do it like this. Here. 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 And then this one, I think we're just going to, we can't put one there. We're going to put one directly across. It's got to be semi-symmetrical for me to be happy with that. All right, it says blunted picks, so I don't know if we're gonna have anything that. See, they're all gonna be like on their side, and I know they don't mean a pickaxe. They mean this, a pick, like a war pick, and we don't have that, so we're gonna just put the shields there, and you know, use your voice, tell the players what they see. It will be fine. We're testing these two things out. That's not it. Is there anything else in this? Blunted picks, that's the decor. All right. So we need room 10. Let's see what's in room 10. Quartz pillars. 4 glowing quartz pillars cast bright light throughout the room. All right, so I still feel like we need to make this so that it looks good. So you probably want to do it inside of your mapping software. But let's go ahead and get the pillars in here first. See if anything looks even remotely like a spiked pillars, like a quartz pillar. Too bad it's not spiked pillars. We have that. How about fancy pillars? Does it say what color they glow? So this is the Royal Armory. 20 dwarf-sized wooden mannequins stand in 2 rows of 10 in the middle of the room. Stone racks mounted to the west and east walls hold battle axes and war picks. And there's an arch in the back of the alcove in the south. So let's get the pillars in and then we'll worry about that. I'm going to put these in. I mean, I don't really agree that that's what they should look like, but this is what we're putting in. Because they do look a little nicer. So there's 1, 2, 3, 4 of them. Then, let's see, do I have the armory assets in here? What does this museum asset pack have? Animals. I know we have an armory pack, and I also know we have some dwarven stuff here. There's a lot of dwarven stuff these last 2 levels that we've been in, aren't there? That's not going to be it. I wonder what these are. I know the garrison has like the armor racks. Bring that in for the hell of it. Or for the halibut. This might be useful, so let's bring that in. I don't think that's going to be useful. You know what? We're going to bring the cultists in too. You never know. No. That. Maybe. Weapons and shields. It's a lot of dwarven stuff. Let's bring the brewery in. There's a chance. The mine is always a possible. Trees, no. Let's see. I don't think so. All right, so let's add those asset packs in. And we'll reopen it. So let's look specifically, actually, this way, under some of these assets we brought in. So it'd be awesome if like the statues and bases had like a dwarven thing, but it doesn't. See, this is what's crazy. Like with Dungeon, you get a we could put these in. I mean, it's not like complete sets of armor. Let's see what the description of the armor is. 20 dwarf-sized mannequins, 2 rows in the middle of the room. The rack contained total 20 suits of dwarf-sized scale mail. Oh, there we go. We could put these in, right? That looks like leather. This could be chain, but you know what? We're going to put it in as scale. And let's see how this fits. So it says 2 rows of 10, correct? So we could do one there, one there. I wish. Let's take a look. I thought the snap would let me do. Yeah, that is half squares. Fuck. Well, I guess what we could do is this. There's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. Not a fan of this spacing. So that's our 2 rows of 10. I mean, it is fit to scale, so we're going to have to live with that. And then So there should be some weapon racks down through here. And each one of these has a shield as well. So we need a shield on its side. I'd be much happier with that. But I think we're going to use this. And then we're going to take snap off so we can put the shields with them. So we're going to go... And this is going to be like some of the first equipment that party members would be able to pick up, because usually it's like, oh, it's not in good enough condition, it's this or that. This specifically states that the shields, armor, weapons, everything is in excellent condition. So that's a first. So let's see, do we have a weapons rack? We do. Fortunately, nothing is specifically, as they say, but we're going to use this because, let's take a look. See, it kind of looks like picks and stuff, so, you know what? This will work. This will work. 20 suits of dwarf armor, 20 battle axes, picks, 20 steel shields. So let's run these racks down this wall. Hey, Tiny, how's it going? And Cat of Doom, I can answer a question. I can't guarantee the answer will be real quick, though. I do have a tendency to give long answers. So we'll do that. Come on. How many racks do we have? We're going to do 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. I think I'm going to space these out. So let's do 1, 2, 3, 4. We could do 4 and they would space out perfectly. 1, 2. Done. Now let's, I tell you what, I want to, so what's your question, Kat? I think what I want to do, what do you mean, as far as 1,000 meters? Are you talking about for a monster? In D&D? I mean, 1,000 meters is a kilometer. Okay, so like 1,000 meter tall what? Again, are we talking about D&D NPCs, things you'll encounter? Well, you got to remember, D&D monsters are always going to be in squares. So you'd have like medium, which is a 5 by 5, large, which is a 10 by 10, 15 by 15, 20 by 20, and 25 by 25. So generally, the largest thing you're going to run into, unless you run into, which if you do, you'll die. What the hell's it called? I don't know that there's a 1,000-meter tall monster in D&D. Let's see what they have to say. Yeah, Tarask. How big is that? So, the Tarask is 50 feet tall. You're not going to have a 1,000-meter tall monster. Not that I'm aware of. I mean, I've never seen any in gameplay. So let's. It says this room is lit. I'm generally opposed to lighting a room because this is going to be way too bright if we do it. Because you do this. See how bright it's making it? So we're not going to do that. I'm going to say light the room inside your tabletop. All right, let's put. I mean, if you're talking about Titans, they're 20 feet tall in D&D. I mean, I'm looking at all the characters and stuff, so the biggest thing's going to be the Tarask. My Elgato Flex arm will be here today. You know, I mean, a Tarask would fit that bill. I mean, you would basically have to homebrew a monster. So, because if you're using D&D rules and D&D creatures, biggest thing's a Tarask. Everything else is smaller than that. Now, 5e, I'll be honest, is disappointing in how they've treated um, the monsters in the game. Because honestly, I could probably build something and defeat a Tarask, and that should be the one thing that you can't defeat. There's only one Tarask per planet or per world, so and there's nothing bigger and bad enough to actually defeat that thing. And that's going back all the way back to original D&D when I started playing in the late 70s. But 5e's really watered it down so that anybody can beat anything, and I'm not a fan of that. There are some things that you should walk in and just simply expect your character to die horribly. And it's a good death. But I mean, and I've run into this now more than I've ever run into players where if their character dies, they'll quit and won't play anymore. And it's like, that's the name of the game. Things are supposed to be lethal. You're supposed to have the chance to die. If you can't deal with that, don't freaking play the game. You should have a solid chance of dying in a lot of combats. That's why I really love game systems like GURPS, Dungeon Crawl Classics, where combats are lethal. Exactly, they're in the wrong game. But I run well up until the pandemic, right? Zimro Plays, thank you for the follow. It's greatly appreciated. Hope you're having an awesome day. Up until the pandemic, I was running probably the biggest game in the country at our local store. We have 20 tables, 170 players a week on average. Um, it's insane. And I've had people come in and they're like, if I get killed, I'll quit. It's like, okay, I got plenty of people to take your seats, and if they die, I never see them again. And it's just ridiculous. Yeah, everything should be a chance to die. I mean, my party, we play every Wednesday. We're still playing. I set up online. I mean, that's what I'm mapping this stuff out for, is to get way ahead of them. Um, but it's my party from Wednesdays. And I mean, I have a guy that we just tossed him from the table because he's a jackass, but um, he's died 7 times in 4 levels in Mad Mage. And generally, he dies because he makes really, really bad decisions. And, it makes it funny when he dies, but 7 times in 4 levels is really bad. Well, it's not even that. It's you come a boss fight. My philosophy since the beginning of the game is you go into like a final boss fight in an adventure, there should be a solid chance of a couple of players not making it out alive, um, and they shouldn't. We played a Pathfinder campaign at one point, and it was a solid 2 years. We get to the final boss, and it was just an absolutely brutal fight. And it got down to my character was the last one up. And I basically I figured out that probably destroying this one thing in the room would really take care of everything. I knew that it would blow up and I would die too, but the idea was to stop this guy from destroying the world, right? And I destroyed it. Everything blew up. I died, but we won, and the world didn't end. I was happy with that resolution. But I've run into so many players that they would freak out or slam their shit and leave, and it's like, what is going on? Howler Monkey! Exactly. You should never be able to defeat a Tarrasque, but you can in 5th edition. You look at the stats; it is weak as shit, and I have a real problem with that. That should be, that thing comes out and the party's like, we're going to have fun fighting this and then we're going to re-roll. So, I mean, that's the game. But nobody wants to die. Everybody wants to be special. And, it is what it is. What are you going to do? I think there's supposed to be something in room 10 that I missed. There's an archgate. Standing in an archgate in the south alcove. All right, I need to add that. It was a legendary ending. I mean, I sat there and I'm just like, everybody's down. The cleric was using stuff to get people up as they went down. Um, and I'm sitting there. There's this fucking glowing thing sitting up in the air in the middle of the room. And I'm like, you know what? That's probably the cause of all our problems. Not this bad guy. We blow that up. Maybe we'll all be trapped here forever. Maybe we'll die, but it'll take care of it. And bam! I blew that fucker up and it was done. But, you know, I was thrilled with that ending. Because if I didn't do that, he would have gone out and destroyed everything. You know, the big bad. But I mean, that's the way I've always played the game. My first time I played, I mean, I would have quit in 1977, 78 when I played my first game. I sat down, I rolled. No, everybody was just, we were just, everybody's freaking out because all this massive destructive stuff is being summoned by this bad guy. I mean, he's bringing in freaking dragons and all this kind of shit. And it's like, oh my fucking God, we're not going to live. And I kept saying, we just have to figure some way to make this guy not be able to leave, end him, and then even if the things he summoned in kills us, it doesn't matter. Um, and that's how it worked out. We ended up, I'm just like, I'm doing it. I said, you know what? I'm blowing that thing up. I'm going to die. Let's fucking go for it. And it was awesome. Well, like with my Wednesday campaign, I never add any homebrew in. We're running, it's technically supposed to be an Adventures League campaign, and that's a lot of what I run ends up being Adventures League. So I play by the rules. Um, you can't add homebrew, you can't change things out. It's just the way it is. So, you know, it's just going to be a straight module run. Um, if I bring people in and set up a new campaign, a lot of times it'll be newer players, and I'm going to run just a straight module by the rules so they can learn the rule system. And, you know, over the years, I mean, I've brought, because of running what I run, I probably brought thousands of people into the game. Um, it's insane the number of new players that I've brought in just through Adventures League and stuff. I mean, going back to, you know, when I first started doing this, um, you know, public play, we only had two, sometimes three tables. And then it grew to where we had five, then 10, and 14 to where it was 20. And, you know, I always make sure, you know, I'll have DMs come in and say, I've got this homebrew thing I want to run. It's like, no, you can't do that. People come here to play Adventures League. If you want to do that, you'll have to start your own campaign. I mean, everything has to be by the book when I'm doing that. Um, and every new player I bring in, I run something strictly by the book. So because I bring so many new players in, even if I eventually end up setting up another online campaign that we stream, I'll probably, because we'll have new players, I'm going to run it by the book. And I've gotten so lazy over the years because that's what I do. Um, I haven't even written any homebrew in forever. The only thing that I'll do is make some random encounter maps and stuff like that. And for that kind of stuff, I'll generate what I want to generate. But, you know, it's the way it is. Did anyone get mad? No, we had a great time doing it. It was awesome. And that's what it should be. Everybody should be like, yes, it's freaking awesome. We had already had, like, the player that was, like, whiny, rage quit, like, halfway through that 2-year campaign. So it worked out. All right, so this has pillars and frescoes. Anything else? Frescoes, blah, blah, blah. I just need pillars in here. Pillars support a series of stone arches beneath 30-foot high dome ceiling. So we're not going to put the arches in. We're just going to put the pillars, and you describe the room. I think that's like a lost art with some DMs where, you know, if they don't have everything on the map or something that, you know, they don't want to describe the room. You got to describe the room. I mean, on my virtual tabletop, when we come into a room, I hit that pause button. I hit the tab key or the space bar. It pauses. They can't move anymore. And I'm like, all right, this is exactly what you see. I describe it. I answer any questions. Then I hit the pause key and then they let the dogs loose. And, you know, It's up to them whether they die or not. Well, see, what I would do, let's say this tombstone is a player, right? And they just walk down this hallway and they walk into this room. Right? I will usually on my map thing, I've got a thing where I can ping, and I'll say, when you get to this point, stop. And they know if they continue going forward, I will kill them. So I'm like, do not pass this point. I will describe the room. As soon as they get there, I hit pause. They can't move. I give them a full description. I'll answer any questions. Then I let them go in and do whatever dumb thing they're going to do and die. Exactly. And I had to do that. I mean, the guy that we kicked with the mapping software that we have, if I don't do that, he would just start, like, if they were coming in here, he would try to run through here and keep going down so he would open up the map and see, basically metagame. So I have to hit that freaking pause button as soon as we come in because he wouldn't listen. And, oh my God. It's, it's like having a 57-year-old child playing in your game. And I can't fucking stand that shit. I generally don't expect somebody that old to be like, hey, inflatable cat, to be like, I just let me do what I want to do. It's like, you were born in the wrong generation, dude. Plus, being retired Navy, you figure he's not going to be like, just let me do what I want to do. But that's how he was. I'm like, all right, you're eventually going to be fucking gone. That's what you want to do. Circular pillar. I'm going to make it a little bigger. Because I want to. Let's see what Snap does for this. There we go. Perfect. I, awesome. I am happy to hear that you picked up Dungeondraft. I still say I should be getting commissions off all the Dungeondraft sales that my stream has generated just because I use it all the time. It does make life easy, though, doesn't it? This just has frescoes and pillars. That's what I used to use. Okay? Um, and I mean, if you look through my YouTube channel, I actually have a video on there where I say, it's the best $15 I ever spent when that was. Oh my God, you did both. And it was the best, in your case, probably the best $70 you've spent, haven't you? I mean, think about it. This is why I push those two. If you play 5e especially, um, these two work together. All the walls and everything that I'm creating here go directly into Foundry without a problem. Now, you will, here's one thing you're going to run into, Howler. I had it on one of my maps that I did in stream, um, where it'll do some weird shit. And then when you correct it, you'll see like a wall that screen rips all the way across. And you've got to figure out where those endpoints are, erase that, and then fix that minor part on the wall. That'll happen on occasion. But it's a vector graphics program. It's going to happen. And let's face it, you're paying $20 because it's still in beta phase. And it's awesome as beta. I appreciate that, inflatable cat. But it does a beautiful job. These walls kick right over in the foundry. All I can say is, all right, here we go. I'm going to bring up my tabletop of choice. And it used to be, my tabletop of choice used to be Fantasy Grounds. And I'll ask you, Zimro, the same thing I ask everybody. Do you buy your books on D&D Beyond? If the answer is yes, You have no reason not to buy Foundry because everything comes directly over. So, I mean, here's what I've done in the past, Zimro. Hardcovers, D&D Beyond, and then because I used Jesus, my brain just shut down. Fantasy Grounds, you had to buy it again. So that was 3 times I had to buy the books, right? Um, so when Foundry came out, I found that D&D Beyond pulls directly into Foundry. And I'm going to go into my test server, not my live server, because I've still got a combat in there and I don't want to fuck it up from last night. They went into a room where there were 22 creatures they were fighting, and in 2 hours we didn't finish that combat. I haven't killed anybody yet, though, so that's a plus. So I'm logging in, and I'll pull this over on screen. So here's Foundry. It's loading up for me. Here. Let's see. How much do you want to bet this is a bullshit call? Hello?
This is an urgent message for the vehicle owner.
No, it's not urgent. Jesus Christ. I didn't know that you could pull the 2E adventures in. Is that pulling? Oh, that's oh, what the hell? I do know about that. It's what the fuck is that module's name? It's like PDF importer, right? It's let's see if I have it on here. Yeah, PDF to Foundry importer. You can use that. Pull in your. I messed with that. With you can do it with uh original Pathfinder modules too. I did that to see how well it worked because I had a campaign running in Fantasy Grounds. I own the PDFs, so I was like, let's see if this works, and it worked. I was like, this is freaking awesome. So yeah, that's another thing. If you play Pathfinder with a PDF importer, you own those PDFs. You can pull it right in. But see the game paused. That's how you keep your small children players under control by pausing that game. But I'm not happy with this map. This is like an earlier iteration that I did before I started doing other stuff. But anybody that's probably bought this is probably the map I brought you in on and showed you like just the lighting is a gigantic selling point. This is the lighting that's built into the program. I mean, you can come in if there was something in here like this thing was glowing and undulating. There you go, and you can do so many different things uh, just with the lighting effects that are built in. Um, I guess we have the ghostly light up already. That's probably that. Let's see the energy field. You can change the colors of the light, how quick they move. The sunburst is cool. Everything works really well. You can even set up torches so they look like torches in the game. But that's not even the beauty of it. All these walls were drawn in Dungeondraft. If we drop a character in, here, let's drop our test wizard. So there he is. Now, see in DM mode, I can turn this off, and you really want to make sure you have the modules that make this kind of stuff work so that line of sight doesn't affect you. But there's your line of sight from the walls, automatically brought in. Your doors that you throw in the map, they all work. You can even set up windows so that light passes through or light doesn't pass through. So these two programs work together perfectly. Now, if if you have D&D Beyond, and I don't think on my test server I ever installed this module, so let's install this thing. What the hell is it called? Da, 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 da. I have too many modules that I run. So virtual tabletop assets is my main thing that I use to bring stuff in, but there's a new one that's actually a little bit better. You do have to be able to get the functionality to work. See, VTTA is $5 a month to the guy that programs it through his Patreon, but you can import every module, every book. If you own all the books, you could just import them all in, and only do the $5 a month when you want to. And then what I do is I set up on D&D Beyond a campaign, and I let the players create their character inside that campaign using the books that I've shared out. They create the characters, and then I import the characters directly in. And when they need to level up, they don't have to be inside of my server to do it. I just say, all right, between now and next week, when we play again, go to D&D Beyond, level your character up. And I'll have them level up. I pull it in. You can even set it so when it pulls in like the random items that they found inside the dungeon, that it doesn't overwrite the entire character, that those are saved and only new things come in. So like new spells, new stats, but their existing equipment that they found remains. Otherwise, that character would overwrite it. The hell is the name of that goddamn thing? You want Iconizer because that'll pull in and create the icons for everything. That's not it. That's not it. Why is it not showing up in here? Inactive modules. It's got to be one of these. D&D Beyond Importer. That's it. Duh. So let me show you this. All right, so now we go over to the compendium. We now have this thing that says D&D Beyond Muncher, right? So you would use that. What are you doing? It's reloading my map. You would use that to... So if you look down through here, I don't have the keys installed on this particular server, but you could go in and download. Screw it. I'll go over to the server where I have it because that's my active server. Bear with me 1 minute. And here's the other nice thing. Unlike Fantasy Grounds, only one person has to own a license to this, and that's the DM. Everybody else logs in through a web browser, so they don't have to have software on their computer or anything. They just use a browser. Some of my players use Chrome. It doesn't work well at all with what the hell's the name of the browser for Apple. It doesn't work for that. Echo Bravo, thank you for the follow. It's greatly appreciated. Hope you're having an awesome day. This is our combat from last night. There were 22 of these little bastards in here last night. And, they're down to to, I think, 10 or 11. And this priestess, I've been abusing her mass heal, and it's really been pissing them off because they can't kill shit. But that's the way it should be, isn't it? Yeah, Safari it doesn't work on. But here we go. We'll show you. See, with the Muncher now, you could go in, and if you've already done it, you do it one time, it'll pull in every spell. The Monster Munch is a matter of, you would go in, pick a monster I probably don't have, and let's see this thing at work. I actually have Kuatoas. Firefox works beautifully. Chrome works well. It's just Apple. I'm going to be blunt here. And if anybody here is like an Apple fanatic, you're not going to be happy with this. You're not going to be happy with this. But the Apple gives so many problems. Where I think you were probably in here before when I was talking about this Howler Monkey. The problems that I run into because of Mad Mage. I mean, you've seen how big the maps are. They go over the 8,192 pixel limit that's on most of these Apple devices because most Apple devices, they come with, what, the built-in HD graphics. It has a pixel limit. So if you have a big-ass map, all they're going to see is black and white. So it causes problems. And I used to do my maps like, you see up top it says Twisted Caverns top, Twisted Caverns bottom. I would split the maps into quadrants or sections. Basically, for one level, do 4 maps, 3 maps. It's more work than necessary. But Apple does cause problems. And both of my Apple users, I'm going to tell them next week to use, because they both have access to a PC with a graphics card instead of the HD 6000 or whatever chip it is now that are in those things, and they'll be able to see the maps. But Apple users can be a problem. You know, the only thing they ever use is Safari. That's what both of my Apple users only used before, and I'm like, put Firefox on. How do I do that? I mean, you go to the web and you download Firefox. And it's like, come on. They drive me crazy. But let's see. Let's just do dwarf. I know I've not pulled any kind of dwarves in, so let's do this. Let's monster munch. There we go. They found 5 monsters. They're pulling them in. And this is pulling directly from my D&D Beyond. The other one that I use, I actually have to pull up Chrome, use an add-on inside of Chrome, and then go in and each one pull it in. But if you look, here we have, this thing came in. There's its stats. This was not on my system before. Now it's there. So the D&D Beyond importer is freaking awesome. I do the guy's Patreon. It's $4 a month. It's money well spent to make my life easier. If you know what I mean. And I mean, that's what the guy's doing. I mean, I guess he's a programmer, probably, who knows, possibly out of work at this point with COVID, and he's found the way to not lose his house. And he's making something that makes your life easy as a DM, so why the fuck not? Exactly. It makes your life so easy. And the spell munch is freaking awesome. I did it one time and it pulled every single spell in D&D in. You can also do items. I did that. It brought every single item from D&D Beyond in here. I had to walk away because it was so many things coming in. You just saw this line of down the screen of everything coming in. But now I don't have to worry. I've got all the crap and I can drop it onto somebody's character sheet when I need to. So, you know, the only now I guarantee it's my fault. I was populating a map yesterday and I dropped what a 5 ettercaps and 10 giant spiders, and that populated not just on the map, it populated here multiple times under my creatures. So I have to figure out why it's doing that. I'm sure it's a matter of maybe copying and pasting that thing into my import folder here, and then it'll be fixed, but I have to mess with that. I wasn't planning on doing that today in stream, though. And then, when you create a character for your players, it would just be a matter of making a blank actor. Let's say you've got somebody new. Let's say Sam is joining the campaign, right? You create the actor. They'll go in and make their character inside of D&D Beyond. And then what you'll do is click on here. You need the character ID. You click that, which is basically the URL that'll be up top. Put it in there. Click Start Import. It brings everything from the character in. So, how easy is that? It makes your life real easy as a DM. And you'll do that every time that they level up. That URL will automatically be populated for each one of those existing characters. So you just click that. You'll say, did you level up? Yeah. Click, and the level up's brought in. I tell you what, I'm gonna go ahead. I'll tell this story. I got to the point where I was so unhyped for D&D for a while, and this is why. At one point, I was running Wednesday, right? I was also running public events on Saturday. Then I had a live game I played on Tuesday for stream. I had a Friday game that I played with friends, and another Sunday game that I played with friends. I was playing 5 times a week, and I really hit. And here's the issue: I say played, I ran all 5 games, and I got so burned out that I killed off everything except one campaign. So now I'm ready to probably start another campaign. And anything above that, I would go in as a player. I don't want to run more than 2 games in a week. Yeah, 5 games a week was, trying to prep for 5 games a week, and be ready for each different group and remember all the stuff that's happened. I was just like, man, this is killing me. But yeah, Fantasy Grounds, between map integration, we'll see it here, between the ability to pull your map in, have everything perfect, use your D&D Beyond stuff and not have to pay again, Foundry is awesome. And unlike Roll20, if you're going to do like their monthly thing that goes on forever, it's a $50 buy-in and you're done. You just can't beat it. And like I've said before, the community's awesome. They're always doing stuff to work on modules and all. That's why there's so many different systems that you can play and not have to buy anything on Foundry. Honestly, let's be honest. If you really wanted to, you could, without putting a dime out, outside of buying a hardcover book, and if you really wanted to make maps, you would be able to play D&D without an issue. You could create your NPCs and stuff inside of Foundry. I mean, they have the compendium where it pretty much has most of the monsters in there because that is open source. Um, it's just going to be like odd creatures and monsters that you would have to make one-offs for. So you could really get into it at $50 plus if you wanted maps inside of Foundry, the $20 to create maps unless you own like Dungeon Painter Studio. That would work. I don't know that the walls come over like they do here. You would just have to go in and you can, if you just have a JPEG image instead of the Foundry to VTT file in there. Here, let's pull this up again. I closed it out. But you can go in and add the walls for line of sight. Um, and you need that because your players are going to go off reservation if you don't do it. But, I mean, you can very well, depending on size and complexity of the map, do it in a reasonable amount of time. Here, let's pop this. And I'm not going to... Yeah, it's going to argue with me. It's a test server. I don't care. So, like, this is... If I didn't do Willowwood, which we finished yesterday, this is what our game would look like. And I don't really think this is acceptable for me. But you could come in and do all this stuff of drawing these lines and make your map have full line of sight. So it's possible. And I didn't do these. These were that VTTA. It'll pull in all your maps, story modules, monsters. Well, not monsters when you pull it in, but it'll pull in, you know, all of this kind of stuff. Your story. So like Willowwood, we use that to pull it in. And if you use D&D Beyond, this should look familiar to you because that's the D&D Beyond thing imported directly in. And then you'll click, like for editor caps, it's going to come up on another screen, but I'll pull it over. So you click that, it opens up the D&D Beyond page, and there's your monster. Now, if you have the compendium, I believe the editor caps are going to be in there. Let's take a look. Let's see, we pulled the muncher in on this. But without munching, let's see if it's in the compendium. Those are the ones that I brought in to use on the test server. Man, there's so many folders full of stuff because of the compendium. Monster features. We're going blind, I guess, because I don't see it. I know the monsters are in here. Macros, that's all stuff. You know, if you're really into running macros, you can do that stuff. A lot of magic items come in from the SRD. Spells, most of your spells come in there. Races, items, feats. So these are the SRD spells and their effects. Why am I not seeing it? You guys are probably seeing it and I'm not. Trade good, magic items, spells, racials. Yeah, it's crazy. Once you start bringing stuff in, folders really do get big. But like I said, it's easy enough to come in, munch this thing, and then your eder caps will come in. But yeah, this is far superior to when I used Fantasy Grounds and when I used Roll20. Let's go back to this. So I hope that answered any questions. Probably much more detailed than you needed. All right, so this, what's over here? 11B. Let's take snap off again. Frescoes, 3 objects are displayed on stone blocks in the middle of the room. So we need stone blocks in the middle of the room. What are on display? No problem. I definitely go off on a tangent if somebody asks about that. Three historical objects are on display. Rusty iron trowel, used to spread mortar, the claw of a wyvern, and an orc's split helm. Oh my god. So each one's encased under glass. And there's a fourth display that's plundered, its glass broken, and objects stolen. I guess because it was the only thing that was worthwhile. A golden gauntlet of elven design found in area 15A. We'll see if it's worthwhile. But let's get some stone blocks. Let's see if they have a stone block. You know, we might have to do... What is this? You know what? Oh, we could really scale that down, right? To like this. And then, you know, museum display. 1, 2. Since this guy is very proud of his trowel and everything. 3, 4. I'm not happy with that. And I don't think Snap is going to put it in the middle of it, but let's see. Yeah, see, it's going to do this. So let's see if we can center this up. And even if it's not centered, well, if it's not centered, I'll notice. That's the problem. I don't think those two are even, but I'm gonna have to live with it. All right, so there's that. One needs some shattered glass on it. So I know broken will give me that. All right, so there's broken glass. Now, trowel? No, of course there's none. Let's just look up tools. I have an idea. I have an idea. Because these are all under glass domes, right? We pulled that museum asset thing in. Didn't we? Here I was like, I was excited we might have had that. I bet the museum assets have. And we're doing this just for one room where it's stupid. Save. Let's do save as before we crash. I always say that. We've been pretty lucky on the crashes lately. All right, so. Yeah, I'm thinking it's going to be in the museum asset pack. Right here. Maybe. I'm trying to figure what other thing might have that. I can't imagine anything else having a little dome. Magic dome. Oh, look at that shit. We could put little magic domes on. And that would be representative, wouldn't it? We'd have to scale that thing down probably immensely, but we're going to do it. Save. I'm hoping the museum pack takes care of it. Otherwise, the dome will do it. So let's look. Artifact. What's this? Water fountain is nice, but it doesn't help me. Vase. So I think we're going to have to do the domes. And you know what? I'm fine with that. I'm fine, I think. What was it called? Magic Dome? What do you think? That one maybe? Oh crap. That's lighted, isn't it? And we can't get it small enough. That's fine. All right, so let's see. We're going to have to pick something else out. What about library? People keep some weird shit in their libraries, don't they? I guess not that weird. Trying to figure out what we could put to be representative of that. Altar, no. Anubis. We'll put Anubis on each one. How about that? Artifact. Like I said, this is always what slows me down making maps. Always. Case? No. He couldn't use just like a normal case, could he? Let's look at glass. How do you get brazier out of glass? That's what I want to know. And I always say, if you let yourself get pulled into this never-ending spiral of worrying about having exact representation of everything on the map, it'll drive you nuts. And the worst thing is, they're going to come in here. You'll give a description of the room, and they'll go, "Oh, okay," and then they'll just keep going. So you just spent all this time looking for an asset that they're going to look at for like 0.5 seconds and move on. And I do let myself get drawn down this rabbit hole all the time. This is a deep, dark, evil rabbit hole. Still leaning toward putting like a tray or something down, just to be representative. What's this? Water. All right, so tell you what, we're going to not use a brazier. Let's see. I don't even want to put the globe down. Lunar keyboard head. Thank you for the follow. It's greatly appreciated. Hope you're having an awesome day. All right, screw it. This is what we're going to do. Let's look at each one, and we're going to place whatever's down there. Rusty iron trowel. Claw of a wyvern. We see a claw, right? There's a claw. An orc's split helm. I don't think I have a damaged helm. I know I don't have a trowel. So, you know what? We're gonna... He was a confused dwarf. He thought a pick was a trowel. How about that? Or, wait a minute. There we go. Kind of a trowel. It's a pick's head. And then a split helm. I know we don't have any damaged armor. Let's go helmet. How about a bloody kettle helm? We're going to do that. We were so fixated on that room, and it was an easy fix, wasn't it? 11C. 6 stone pedestals stand before the frescoes, surrounded by shattered glass. We're going to use the same... Let's see. I don't think we have pedestals. See, it pulls up pestles instead of pedestals. Fuzzy logic, exact logic. There we go. Exact, nothing. So I don't know. Maybe the theory is fuzzy's better. Who knows? But we'll go here to used. This is what we used. So we just need to evenly space these things and throw some shattered glass around. So 1, 2, 3. 4, 5, and then 1 in the middle. How about that? No, you know what? That's fine. It would kind of be up against the wall. They don't have to be even. So you get the feeling this is like a museum. And then for this, the broken glass, we're going to do this. We use the scatter tool. Let's see what. Still a little big, isn't it? I think that's it for that. 11D, Cradle and Crown. Resting atop a marble bier in the middle of the room is a carved stone rocking cradle. Really? I think we're at 100% odds that there is no rocking cradle. Well, we need to get out of the spread. So we'll put that. It says in the middle. Let's let it do that. We will see if we have a cradle. We do, but this is not good. See, we're mixing artistic styles there. I don't do that. That doesn't make me happy. 11E. Stone panels set in the east and west wall. 20-foot high room. Bare frescoes. So this is just describe the freaking room. Oh, the horrors of having to describe a room. Let's save. Yeah. But there's nothing I can do. It's the only cradle I have. I mean, let's take a look. I guess we could find like a realistic bed and make it small. But I don't like that option either, really. I wonder. I probably spelled it wrong. Oh. Let's get rid of the bassinet. Look at that. I think we could put that in there, right? But it's not stone. I would honestly rather have something that's not stone, that doesn't change artistic styles, and put it there. I mean, with Dungeondraft, I mean, this is the default assets, default artistic style. So you just have to decide what you want when you're doing your maps. And I've done entire maps using those assets, and they look fine. All right, room 12. Let's get away from this so we're not dropping beds all over the place. And how are you doing today, Molly? 12 is 5 enlarged Durgar occupy this place. There's a broken door. Carving south wall is inlaid with mithril filigree. This is an empty room. I like empty rooms. Empty rooms are your friend. Checking my deliveries. I'll be much happier when I've got that arm up there so I can readjust my lighting. Out for delivery. We'll see. It said that yesterday. They lied. High Priest Chambers. All right, scattered about the room are the remains of a bed, an armoire, a desk, and a chair. Heaped around the broken desk are hundreds of torn up scrolls, all bearing religious sermons. There's a secret door. All right, so we need broken furniture. And I know we have a lot of broken furniture. So we need a busted bed. I think the broken cabinet works well. We need to take a snap off. Every time you save and reopen, it does dumb stuff like that. So there's a broken cabinet. We need a broken desk. I don't think I have one. Broken bed. That works. See, we have broken chairs, but again, it's a different art style. It doesn't say there's a broken bench. Broken bed frame. That works. There's our broken chair. That's a broken table. How about that for a busted desk? Now we just need paper. For this, we'll do sorting tool. And then do that. Make sure it sorts it out properly. What does it say? Scattered about the room remains bed, blah, blah, blah. Heaped around the broken desk, hundreds of torn up scrolls, all bearing religious sermons. So we can do that. Let's see if we have any wrecked scrolls. That's an upright scroll. No. Tell you what, we're going to put... We're going to put some actual scrolls down. I can't say we're going to put hundreds of them. I'd say that gives us a good idea of wrecked scrolls. So we're good. Done. That's the High Priest Chambers. Nobody liked him, apparently. $14. Only 26 more rooms to go. Yes, they are. How's it going, Li Zhang 72? I definitely found that amusing when I got it. And Li Zhang 72, thank you for the follow. It's greatly appreciated. Hope you're having an awesome day. All right, rough walls, quartz pillars. So again, this will be, we're going to put the quartz pillars in and add the lighting inside of your tabletop. Because the lighting in here is, I just don't like it. A single light source works well, but if we were to put the, because it's going to say it's brightly lit, right? It's going to really wash out the room. So you're better off going in the foundry, using the light sources there, and add it. So pillar, we're going to use the same quartz pillars that aren't quartz that we used the last time. We're going to use these. Damn it. I always forget to go to the regular object tool. So, I'm going to make them about the same size as drawn. One. Now, I think with something like these pillars, what I would probably do is inside of your tabletop, put, especially if they were in the middle of the room, put wall lines, but that are terrain lines. In other words, you can see through them, but you can't go through them. And that way they'd be able to see the pillar. You'd be able to place light inside of it, and it wouldn't be blocked by the walls themselves. And, you know, it would make it an actual effective pillar where people can't walk through it. Because you know some characters, some players going to put their freaking, try to walk their character through there. It's a given. It's always going to happen. All right, so we have the doors. There's a secret door. Nothing else in here, so we're good. In that room before with those scrolls, there's a spell scroll with Mass Cure Wounds, so that's worth searching for. 15A, what is in here? All quartz pillars. So I think we can snap these to make them easier to place, so they're evenly spaced. So they're done. Is there anything else? There are 8 Duragar plus their leader in here. There's a dais in the south end of the temple. Stone steps climb 10 feet to a golden marble dais. Alright, so we need steps. We'll need statues there probably, because that's usually what that is. Let's see what the reading. Dais, altars and statues. Clay altar is flanked by 10-foot statues of dwarves. Alright, so I know we have dwarf skeletons. Those are dwarves. You know what? We're going to do that. So again, we need to go... Oh, you stop barking at me, brat. You're very bad. So I know it says robes and all, but you know what? We're going to take advantage of our dwarf statues. Why not? Alright, now this... Nobody's feeding you out there. Have you heard anyone offering? No, you haven't. You're very bad. Stairs. This is what I'm thinking. We could do this, right? Let's see how this works and how it looks. Because that would keep with, you know, the floor and everything looking consistent. Is that fitting inside of that? It is. So there. And then we're going to take the trace image off and see how this looks. There. Are the shadows matching there? That's the only thing I need to ask. That. See, doing it that way, they match. So if we're going to do this, that would have to be spun around. Let's see. I mean, I like this idea. I'll show you why. But I think it's not going to work. Let's take a look. See, it looks like it's going down the way the shadows are. So So yeah, we can't do that. 1, 2. All right, so what is our other option here? See, they don't have one that's like a reverse shadow of that, do they? Oh, I know, it's awful. They have this. That would work. Do they have the straight run steps? So we could do this. And this, and then we need the straight run of steps, and we're not seeing it. Ah, hee hee, ho ho, maybe. Let's see. You bastard. Look at that. Maybe this one? All right, let's see if that looks like it's going up. That works. Shadows are correct. That goes up to there. I like the other because it wouldn't have created these lines in between. You know, it would have been one long run of steps, but you know what? We'll live with this. I know. The trash man's out there. Is that your mortal enemy? I think it is her mortal enemy. Stop. Here. Let's see if everybody... Oh, shit. I unplugged that camera last night for something. Fix this. There we go. There's badness. Yes, I'm talking about you. Badness. Alright, so we need an altar. We don't have a clay altar, but we're going to go with whatever the hell we have. See, we have something that kind of look like clay, but... we're going to just put an altar. Cut that down about 0.5. That goes there. Let's see. Golem will come out of there if they come near it. So that'll be awesome. But that room's done. $16. Tapestry. I think I have a tapestry. So we need to bring that in a little bit. We're going to put the tapestry like that. Mirror on the east wall. Says it's a tall oval mirror. That's a little big. Let's see what the description is. Carved into its stone frame are dozens of lidless eyes. I think we're going to do it this way. I'll give them an idea. The mirror is a gate. Awesome. My party hasn't figured out how to go through any of the gates except one that took them to a level that it said you had to be level X, which was way above them to pass through that. So they haven't gone through any. It's probably a good thing. Level 17. Where's room 17? Where's room 17? Right there. I love how it jumps around. There's no rhyme or reason to the room numbering. Where are the boys? Oh my god. I'll give one more so nobody has to hit it. They're all hiding over there. And there's all the toy guts on the floor where they've been destroying their toys. They're very bad. Toppled statuary. Statues that once stood in the shallow niches along the walls toppled and scattered on the floor. Smashed diorama. There's a broken desk. All right, so room was once quiet study. Stone desk has been broken in two. Its chair knocked over and cracked. Oh, I think I've got a delivery. I'll be right back. I'm going to leave that on, and I'll turn this. Never mind. Move. Back up. Stay. There's a box of cookies for the wife. She did something for a friend the other day, so she got a thank you box of cookies. At least I think it's from cookies.com or something. And it was pretty heavy, so who knows? Maybe it could be something else. Oh, I know. It's awful being you. So, I don't think we have a stone desk. I know we don't have a broken stone desk. No, we don't. I have an idea. Watch this. When in doubt, default to crypts and cemeteries. Watch this. So there's one half of a busted desk, and there's the other half. You know what? Nobody will ever know the difference. That's the top of a busted top from a crypt. No, it's a broken desk. That works. This chair knocked over and cracked. We're not going to worry about putting a broken chair in. All right, so what else? Alabaster diorama depicted between elves and dwarves smashed into pieces. Stone on the stone table on which it once rested. Broken. That works. Toppled statuary. We're good. 18. Hemisphere of Horrors. That's up here, right? Two helmed horrors of dwarven stature wield battle axes instead of long swords and stand in front of the doors to Area 19. Quartz pillars. So we'll use the same quartz pillars we've been using that aren't quartz pillars. I think we should just go through and place all these pillars. I'm going to look and see. If these rooms all have quartz pillars, there we go. We're going to drop them right now. You know what? Why not get that shit done? 4 quartz pillars. Who would have guessed? 28. Let's see. What do you think goes here? Quartz pillars. $29 is statues. There's statues. Those, I still really want the star thing to drop where there are supposed to be statues. That would make my whole day. $40. Shall we guess? Quartz pillars. Any more? Well, here's the thing. All right. So if they're in the shadows and they successfully stealth, I will usually, I mean, if I know that they're supposed to stealth, be able to get a sneak attack or whatever, I will make them the token invisible. They can't see it. I mean, it really doesn't cast shadows in the game on your tabletop. So yes, I'll make it so that they can't be seen. But since stealth is not free invisibility, I mean, you have to treat it as it's written. The minute they move toward whoever they're going to attack, they've broken stealth. And that's written in the rules. So the minute they move, what I'll do is roll another stealth check to see if they can do it silently at that point, because they're not invisible. They can be seen. So if they fail the movement stealth check, let's say they've all moved forward, the party's all looking that way. These guys are hiding in the shadows right behind them, and then they start to come up here toward the party. I'll roll. If they fail their sound stealth, then, automatically, like if you hear somebody, combat begins, they don't get a free shot. And a lot of players make the mistake of thinking that stealth is free invisibility, and it's not. So, I mean, if you want to be invisible, have somebody waste a spell slot and cast invisibility on you. And then if they make a successful stealth check for sound after nobody's looking at them, you have to give the party the chance to make a perception check to see if they hear them moving. So let's say they roll like a 16 stealth check and somebody in the party rolls a 16 or higher perception. They hear them, they're going to turn and say, look out. So, stealth doesn't give you automatic invisibility. It doesn't give you free shots or anything. You have to go through the whole process to make sure it's played properly. And whenever, I mean, I've had players that'll argue with me. I'm like, if you want invisibility, beg your caster to have invisibility and blow his spell slots on casting it on you. So, or roll a caster and get high enough that you get a greater invisibility where you can attack from being invisible. And long-term players that play with me know that, I'm never going to treat stealth as free invisibility because the rules just say it's not. Movement breaks stealth. All right, so now we can go back to room 18. We placed all our pillars. We don't have to sit there and look for that asset anymore. Well, if you're going to set up an ambush, really what you want is them to roll stealth. I mean, and even if they're stealth, you still have to give the perception possibility, right? Since they're not invisible. You can either, and here's the thing. I don't, when people enter something that's an ambush, I don't say, would you like to roll perception? Now, if someone has a passive perception that's greater than what I rolled for their stealth roll when the ambush rolls stealth, because I'll always roll for it, then they may be able to, you know, let's say you've got that one player has a really high passive perception. They may be able to know, they'll be like, wait, there's something wrong. And then I'll say, okay, you and only you can roll perception because well, you don't roll for the players ever. I always give them the agency to do their own rolling. If you're going to, I mean, if you're saying you're going to roll for the NPCs, yeah, that's fine. And what I'll normally do is a group roll for the NPCs. So I'm not sitting there, let's say I've got 10 people rolling stealth because they're setting up an ambush. I don't feel like wasting time. I'll do a hidden roll they can't see. I'll be like, all right, this is what it is. I'll look at their passive perceptions. When they walk in, I'm like, all right, this guy, you, roll perception. The hair is kind of standing up on the back of your neck. And if they make the roll, then they're like, oh shit, ambush. I may let the ambush get a free shot, but they won't get the benefit of doing it from stealth. You know what I mean? It's all a matter of decisions you have to make in the moment when you're running something like that. Now, my Wednesday party, I don't think they've ever rolled perception without being asked. When something says if they roll perception, they'll find this item. All right, you guys are searching the room, roll perception. That's the only time I ever get them to roll perception. If they had a rogue in the party, that rogue should be rolling perception, as they enter rooms, because you're going to be the most suspicious motherfucker in the game, because it's the kind of stuff that you would do. You know what I mean? I know I've run Pathfinder before too, and I'll look at I look at their passive perceptions and that kind of stuff. But I always let the characters roll. I prefer not to. Um, I just prefer to give them agency. You know what I mean? And it's not giving anything away. You can always say, "Hey, everybody, roll perception roll." Why? Just do it. Okay. And if they all fail, then go. All right, you. You're getting attacked. You're shit out of luck. It's all a matter of DM choice how you do it. But I let they can never bitch and say how come I didn't get to roll. They got to roll and they failed on their own. You know what I mean? I'd rather them fail on their own because my groups always do it so well than me do it for them. They're all very good at failing on their own. All right, so this has two helmed horrors. No, the helmed horrors need to be placed by the DM, so I'm not going to do it. All right, statues. 4 statues representing the dwarven deities. Moradin. Let's just do statue and see what our choices are. Because I don't think I've got 4 that are going to be representative of these 4 deities. I mean, if you were in here the other day, what my general choice lately has been, especially if I'm trying to do a speed map, get it done because it's not for my use, is to put a statue base in. And that's kind of why I'm saying I really want, they always have this star thing. I'm going to look it up. I'm curious if someone has made one. What is the name of that site? It's oh, it has the assets. really gets annoying as I get older. The multiple concussions and my memory effects. Is it cartography assets? Yeah, cartographyassets.com. There we go. Roby, 12345. Thank you for the follow. It's greatly appreciated. Hope you're having an awesome day. All right, so assets for Dungeondraft. Let's just do this. No. Do you really think your mama's going to give you her lunch? I don't think she's that crazy. This is a really good site. You're from Estonia? Welcome to the stream. Come on, where is this? There we go. So let's see. I'm always looking. I've been looking for this, and I keep saying I'm going to just freaking... No! Do I have to let you out? I'm always looking for... You know, just this one asset. Am I speaking Estonia? No. I can't say that I am. Just English. Let's take a look. We're going to do a general search here. I know I've seen somebody that had that on their map. I tell you what. So this is what we're going to do. Let's look at a description again. So there's the god of battle, god of exploration, god of hearth and home, and the god of creation. Let's take a look at our statue assets. That looks like battle guy, wouldn't you say? So let's do... It's not going to fit well. That's the problem. Damn it. None of these are going to make me happy. That's an elven warrior. All right, so let's zoom in. Let's take the scale down to there. Say that's creation, okay? I don't even care. What is this? God of battle, god of exploration, god of hearth and home. Kind of looks like hearth and home, right? Why not? battle. We need battle. Battle! We're going to have to scale Battle Boy down, aren't we? Battle! And then we really don't have something for exploration. Oh, what would work? Damn it. I hate when the mouse does that. Let's do dwarf. Screw it. Stone Guardian gets used again. So there's our 4 statues. We'll have to live with that. I'm not super thrilled with it, but we'll live with it. So that's lying at the foot of a tiny tapered cylinder of worked brass, the mouthpiece for the tuba. What? Look at that. I've typed in mouth, and it brings up mouse with fuzzy logic. So fuzzy logic has a lisp. They say mouth. That is so bad. Is that an attempted humor by the programmer? Because it is kind of funny. All right, so that's saved. $20. All right. Carved in the northwest wall, it depicts dwarves tossing gems in the mouth of a giant Zorn. So I don't need that because it's a fresco. 21 has the pillars already installed. So what's in here? 4 work areas in the middle of the room meant for gem cutting have been reduced to rubble. So I just need rubble. And we'll need to do this. We'll go to about 0.57, maybe 0.3. You're being very bad today. You know that, right? All right, 22. 22A. This has 4 20-foot long, 5-foot wide, 3-foot high stone tables. That's going to be what, like this? 1, 2, 3, 4. So I need something long. All right, you're ejected. No, the boys get to stay because they're not bad. Go. Go crazy. Ugh. No peace for Dad. So I don't think we have like a stone plank. We'll see. Stone bench. I'm curious, do we bring the Dwarven Kingdom things in? That's a bench. That's a shelf. We might have to make do with this. Let's see. Damn it. See, I think we can do this. So let's... Too big. Let's take it down to 1. Is that 20 feet long? That is 20, about 23 feet long. That's 20 feet long. I know it's a bench. We're going to see if there's anything else that we can use here, but might have to go with that for the stone table. Let's look at asset pack 3. We could have used that yesterday for that trap. We'll have to remember that. So yeah, we're going to use that bench. So there are 4 of them in the room, right down the middle. 1, 2. And I think we're going to have to do it this way because we want it evenly spaced. 3, 4. All right. Piles of broken rocks surround the tables. So for this, we need to go to the sorting tool, or actually the scatter tool. Yeah, we should have known better. It's always going to be stone. Piles of stones. Maybe rubble? We like that rubble better, so we're going to put this as under. All right, that's good. 22B, there's an open pit. So we're going to go in and do the pit the way we normally do it, which is this pattern shape tool. Then we do like a stone outline here. Then we'll place inside of that kind of like some darker rock in the bottom. Then we use the path tool. And let's make sure we pull the right one. Is that it? That's it. And we'll create a corner. Kind of like this. I think I want to redo that. So we're going to do it so it's actually inside here. Like that. Back to the path tool. If you draw your corner down, corner to corner. Got to watch that path tool. If you don't double click at the end. See, it did it again. I think my mouse is going up. There we go. Done. We always keep our, at least now we do, keep our Go Plus running so that it just sits there catching for us while we're streaming. See, it's catching or missing. Did it say ran away? That ran away. Let's see. If anything gets caught in range. Come on. Can it catch it? So yeah, while I've been sitting here, let's see. It's caught 3, 6, 9, 12, 15, 16. All right, so there's our pit. 22B. Let's go to 23. I think we're going to put a gate there because that's one of those to extended dungeons, right? So let's do that. Doesn't matter what the wall is, because the wall is going to go away in a second. They'll be able to look down there. Just can't go through. 23. 4 quartz pillars, room stripped. I like that. Now empty except for an archgate set in the east wall. So let's go back to crypts and cemeteries. Let's put a little different archgate in. It does say the east wall, right? Empty except for an archgate set in the east wall. Bam. 25 dwarven den, stone couches and tray holders occupy the northeast and southwest corners. Laying on the dusty floor beneath one of the couches is an iron key that unlocks the double doors to area 10. I don't think we're going to have a stone couch, but we'll look. I think the most surefire way to see if we do is to do this. Since apparently dwarves like sitting on stone. You know, why would they be comfortable? It's a stone counter. Look at that, stone beds. Stone table. We're going to put a stone bench up here. That's what it is, right? Yeah. So 25 northeast and southwest corner. We'll do 1, 2. Nothing else is in there. Well, let's see if they have a key. I doubt it. No key. We're fine. $26. We're getting there. Door's been smashed. Laying waste to the room. Let's see. All right, so we need to go back to this. Stone shelves are destroyed. Anything else? We're not even going to worry about, because I don't think we have broken barrels, but that's what used to be in here. So, moving forward. 27. Embedded in the south wall is an arch gate. There's our arch gate. 28. False tomb. Chamber is dressed full treasure seekers. Rusted helm, shields, and armor fragments and weapons cover the floor. Entire room difficult terrain. Oh my goodness. see. Is there a shattered sarcophagus in here? Ooh, look. It's busted. We'll take busted. And then let's go here. And that looks good. Now we need... Not at all happy about the armor thing. Armor fragments and weapons. All right, so let's do this. Broken. It's kind of funny because there's so much broken shit in here that it's hard to walk. Is that all the broken weapons? Now this is like my go-to for busted shit. So what we'll normally do is do some grays. Get rid of that. And since it's all like broken metal, I'll put underneath this stuff this fire trap. And if you do it with the shades of gray and all, it just looks like broken metal. So it kind of works. Especially if you randomize it enough. All right, 29A. Second false tomb. So here, black marble sarcophagus flecked with gold stands close to the south wall with its lid carved in the likeness of a dwarf king. We could do that, I guess. I guess. First interstitial hall. Hall is choked with dust and cobwebs. There's a trap here, so that'll be this one. Not web, web. There we go. That looks pretty webby. Second interstitial hall, choked with dust and cobwebs, ends in a blank wall that holds a hidden secret door. Go. There's a pit trap here. Just have to put that in. It's not much of a trap if you draw it there. 29D. Gods and demons. Watching over this tower, 9-foot tall statues of imperious dwarves. So we can use our dwarf statue again. We're going to cut it down in size just a little bit. Then, behind the tapestry, there's a conjuration. And I'm going to lay odds. The group is never going to make it into this. Of course. So we need to do this again. Scale it up. we'll do this under, right? Let's put the tapestry like that this time. $29E is a hidden alcove. $29F is the true tomb. So we need to make a set of steps again. We need something that's a little smaller than the last time. Let's see if this 3 works. It should. We need to scale it up just a little bit. So we have 1. Let's snap this. Really? You biatch. Why is it doing that? Guess we're not going to snap it. So why is this not snapping the grid? See, it's like snapping there. It's really freaking weird. I guess we're going to have to do it like that. Now let's see. See, that's snapping weird too. See how that looks. And I think we're going to have to live with that going outside just a little bit. I don't think we're going to use that. Let's find another stair that's acceptable. Let's see if this works. I think the issue is going to be the scale. All right, so that works. I think what we'll do here is this. And then a sarcophagus. Let's see what they describe it. Perfect cut slab of white marble with name. There you go. I think that works. There's a sentinel shield inside. All right, let's go to room 30. I think we're down to like 10 rooms left. Middle of the room rests a granite block, 8 feet long, 3 feet wide, 2 feet tall. Urns, 60 limestone urns, rest in dusty wall niches. We're not going to put niches in the room, but we will put a table. And I think I know what we're going to do. So we saw in the Dwarven Kingdom assets a table, right? We're just putting a table there. $31 is here. There's an open pit there, so we know what we're going to do there. And we have our set method for pits. That's what we're going to do. Until we find a better way. Path tool. There's our pit. 31B is an empty room. I like that. Yeah, 40 is the last room, so we're getting close. Then we can start mapping out a new one. False Hallister, Invisible Wandering Gray slot here. Nothing else in there. 33. Dwarvish word for Bulette is Gullbrorn. In one of King's greatest battles fought here against a creature, such a creature. Alright, so there's an undead guardian in there. Statues in here. What's in there? 4 identical statues, likeness of a 10-foot-tall dwarven king of stern visage. You know what we're going to put there? Hidden grave, tapestry. Torn tapestry hangs from an iron rod mounted in the south wall. Is that even represented here? Yes, it is. Alright, so we need the curtain again. Is it not going to show up? You bastard. There you go. Tapestry. Spiked pit. So it's a hidden trap. Refractory rampage. 34. Umberhawks. There are 2 Umberhawks. Smash dining tables and benches. Create a makeshift obstacle course. And provide cover. So we're going to go back to this. We're going to take this down to that size. All right. Doesn't say how many. Archgate to level 12. Where is it, though? So it doesn't say. I'm going to put it on the bottom wall. Doesn't want to say, so that's fine. Arch gate to level 8, except for an arch embedded in the northeast wall. That's this one. 34C, room contains smash remains of a preparation table, dishwashing station, and a stone cabinet. Let's do that. That. And that. Then we go in here. Violet, how's it going? So you still thinking about your Germany conundrum? All right, 35. We're getting so close to being done on this one. Could be worse, could be better. So smash door, open pit. We already made the open pit. 2 stone levers protrude from the walls opposite the door in 35C. We need levers. Two stone levers, really? Boy, let's just ask for something we don't have. You know what, this is close enough. We're going to use this one. Oh, shit. Yeah, I tell you what, it's a big decision. Man, like I've said, I've traveled around a lot, but I don't know that I would relocate outside the country. You know what I mean? Four stone bunk beds against the long walls of the room. God, these freaking stone things. Damn dwarves. You know, it's not a massive big deal if it's like, hey, you know, you're going to be stationed over there for a year or two and then you get to go back home. But hey, let's just move there forever. Unless it's, you know, the way I'd look at a decision like that is, you know, has it been my dream to move to Germany, or fuck, I don't really want to move to Germany. You know, that's how the decision would probably come down for me. I mean, my living abroad dream was crazy when I was younger. Wanted to move to New Zealand and be a sheep herder. Because why the fuck not? In other words, just have a shit ton of land and herd sheep. The wife wasn't in on that idea, so we nixed it. I mean, you guys aren't married, right? I mean, it doesn't really make the decision any easier, but if it just comes down to it's not what you're looking to do, then you know, you gotta do what's gonna make you happy. I mean, I understand it's a good opportunity for him, but you've got to be where you need to be. And even if you're married, sometimes it comes down to it's like, hey, that's just not what I want to do, and we can split up amicably. I mean, I've seen that happen. Black marble benches. I don't have black marble benches. I have a red marble bench. How freaking odd is that? I mean, what's he going to be doing? What's the job? God damn it. I guess we could do this. We could. And is it like something he's going to be there forever for? Black marble benches stand in the middle of this marble tiled room. So, so let's put those there. Alcoves in the east and west have rusted iron shower heads from the ceiling. I'm not going to put that in. Rusty pull chain. There's a secret door. Eight-foot tall cylinder copper tank. And I guess the other question you have to ask yourself, I mean, is there anything here that, or anyone here that if you move, you're just going to be devastated over moving? I brought the brewery in. It better be useful. I'm thinking that that's where I'll find the asset I need for here. Didn't I bring the brewery in? Dwarven Kingdom, Elven Ruins. There it is. I mean, I tend to look at everything pragmatically. Copper pipe extends upward. Small iron wheel protrudes from the wall inside the door. Well, I mean, is that going to be something that's going to cause like horrible anxiety for you? So, I mean, it's just one of those things. It's a decision that you don't want to have to make. You know what I mean? So we're going to put that there. Dog pill. Let's see. We had this problem yesterday. No wheels. Yeah, I know. That's why I'm saying, is this going to be something that's going to makes your anxiety worse? And once you're there, it's going to be even worse. So that doesn't look like an iron wheel, does it? Does it say anything about a chain? Small iron wheel protrudes from the wall just inside the door. Black marble benches hug the wall. Seriously? All right, so let's shrink this down. Doesn't say where inside the door. So let's do this right here. Now, we're going to center it up. Yeah. As I mean, if you work someplace there, you need to be, are you fluent in German? Black marble benches. Why would they put black marble benches along this freaking wall? Yeah, that's going to be a problem. And of course, there are no curved benches that I see. Oh my God. I hate this room. You know what? I'm not putting the fucking benches in. I hate this room. Did I say that before? I hate this room. It would be awesome if there was like a bench path. See, like you've got a bar path, you could go like this and make it work. But there's not a bench path. Let's see if anything is thick and black. Then we can see if that goes along the wall and can pass as a bench. What's that? Nope. Oh, come on. Oh, what is that? It's like a curtain. We could have been using that. I didn't know I had a path tool that did that. Damn. It's like my dreams are dashed. The path tool doesn't exist that I want. Rock. Rock fence. It's like a wall. I already did that, didn't I? So I'm not being patient and waiting until the description pops up. I want to see something. All right. I have an idea. It's not going to be black. But let's do this. So we're going to go, I think this will be like middle of it. Nope. Well, it is the middle of it, but I need to be closer. You know what? I think to make this work, we're going to have to do this and draw it on the thing. And then we'll see how it looks. I mean, it's not going to be black. It's not going to do exactly what it says. But let's do this. Got to flip so that my screen kicks down. pen in here? Oh, where'd my pen go? Better not be on the floor. That would mean someone's probably eaten it. Scared me. Because we all know Tessa's very bad. Come on. Work, fingers. Looks like a bench. We're going to leave that. It's not black. It's not per described. I don't care. And it's actually relatively circular. When in doubt, make shit up, right? All right, C. I think now I don't need to... Well, I'm going to leave this up, because if we finish this map, we're going to start a new one. All right, so 37C, facing the secret door. 8-foot tall statue of a pig-eyed male dwarf sitting on a throne. Fucking seriously? Seriously. You know what we're going to do? This is what we're going to do. I'm pretty sure we don't have any statues of anybody sitting on a throne. Let's see. We have like this Buddha thing. That's not the same. But we have this, and this is going to be our stand-in. Statue base. Bam. That's close enough. So 37C is done. Let's see what 38 is. Hall is flanked by 2 empty semicircular alcoves. That's just design. 39A. Durgar have destroyed the relics on display here, including statues atop pedestals, stone tablets on easels, and elaborate dioramas on tables. All that remains are heaps of broken stone. So we're going to do heaps of broken stone. Because why the hell not? Good enough. You can tell when I'm ready to be done with a map. Good enough is a very popular thing for me to say at that point. 39B. Display niches. 4 pieces of shattered jade staff are encased behind glass in niches evenly spaced along the west wall. Each niche is 4 feet wide. So this wall is supposed to be see-through. I don't know if I can do that. Let's take a look. Wall tool. So there's no such thing as like a clear wall. How would we do this? So I guess first thing we need to do is get rid of that. See, that's why that's like that. That's not really a wall. I have an idea. Maybe I have an idea. We're going to leave the wall there and we're going to do this. So portal, I have an idea. This is going to work. I'm positive. Portal tool. So we could do thresholds all the way across, right? And allow light. Or better yet, do we want to do maybe windows? How about this? So we'll put those doors there like that, right? And let's see if this works. Here's our light source, light tool. Look at that. They'll be able to see in there. So it's like it's glass. And then if they break it, you just pop it and they can go through. That's the ticket right there. Awesome. Oh, god damn it. It's an illusory wall spell. So that's the problem. That's why I put a wall in. Ah. Okay. I knew there was a reason I put a wall there. I just forgot. 1, 2, 3, 4. We need this at what? 90 degrees maybe? There we go. We'll get rid of that. That has those niches there, and then there should be broken fragments. I'm not going to put them on there though, because I don't have 4 individual fragments. Where's C? C is here. Another secret door there. Dwarven skull and 12 rotted bones swirl gently around each other in midair in the middle of the room. On the floor beneath the bones, circling like a shattered stone coffer. Trying to find some broken stone stuff. I think what we'll do is, our normal broken thing. It's fine. Music hall. We have the quartz pillars in there, I hope. We do. What is this? Protruding from the south wall is an organ whose pipes are carved out of stalagmites. Let's see if we have an organ. Bam. Organ. I would have said the odds are very slim about having an organ. Cave assets are what we need. I think what we're going to do for this is generate some... We'll do it over. And then we'll kind of have the crystals cover those. Right? And then we'll go in here. We're going to find the same asset there and let it populate that way. That works. There's an arch gate in here. Is that it? Arch embedded in the east wall. So go back here. Let's put it right there. Four stone privies with holes cut in their floor. We're not putting toilets in. 42, hidden pit. It's hidden, so I don't have to draw it. 43, the Umberhawk tunnels. 44, Acolyte quarters. 6 stone beds rest with their headboards against the wall. So these are all identical. How am I going to fit 6 of these in here? So let's do one there. I don't think that's gonna work. We're gonna need what? Oh, I know. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Anything else? Smash statuary. I don't think I'm putting the smash statuary in there. I think that's it if I do that. 47. No, it's not it. Halls of the Faithful. Damn it! Corpses of 2 Durgar lie sprawled in the center of the room. Archgates, 2 stone archgates embedded in the walls, one to the north and one to the south. Right, so let's put the archgates in here. Corpses. Two corpses. That's all I need in there. 47B, giggles, really? So I don't need to worry about that. 48. The Durgar. Damn it. Let's put a big bed in. Middle of the room, right? Thor's over there twitching. Another corpse. And that's it. Holy crap. I'm excited. We're doing our saves now. Let's take a look at the map without the trace image under it. Some corpses. Beds. Our mess of weapons. Tell you what, I'm not unhappy with the map. We're going to save that thing. She be done. All right, so export. I'm going to do it lighting on and lighting off. Hundred pixels. I'm going to copy so I don't have to keep typing it. I mean, how desperate are they? Free now, Star Wars Battlefront 2. I'm not feeling confident about this pause happening here. Always worry about that. All right, do it as a PNG. Every time I see that thing spinning, it makes me nervous. It was funny, Violet, if you're still in here, went out last night um, with the wife. I had gotten her one of these, and you can see I've rigged it so that take the zip tie, slide it down, keeps the button down. And that way, while we're driving, it would just auto spin. And she was just like amazed at not having to worry about spinning any Pokestops for balls. Because it automatically does it for her. It was hilarious. And it's funny because when we're out doing that, she's always yelling at me because she's like, "You're going too fast." And I'm driving and I'm sitting there for using peripheral vision, spinning and getting all the stops. And she's like having trouble getting them. I'm like, "You'll never have a problem again. It'll do it for you." Technology, crazy stuff. Crazy, crazy stuff. All right. Let me make sure all three of those saved properly. Yep, everything looks good. Done and done. All right, so that is that level. So now we have to go through our setup again for a new map. So let's flip this up here. We're going to do this on bigger screen for my old man eyes. All right. So we need to open this thing. So we'll see. Last time we did this, it worked perfectly on the first go round. I'm not feeling that's going to happen this time. So let's do this. Next level is Mad Goth's Castle. Designed for 4 9th level characters who should amass enough XP to reach 10th level. After a miniature 1/12 scale fortress in one of its caverns, the castle serves as the home base of Mad Goth, a serial killer who lures other wizards to his lair to murder them and keep their arcane focuses. Let's see what this map looks like. This is probably a really quick level. I'm gonna pull. Let me download this map. Serial killer mage, really? So this is level 7. I need to open, not designer. Affinity photo. All right, so we'll go through all of our little steps to get the map prepped. Most of the time I'll do this stuff off stream. All right, so yeah, I'm looking at this map and it's just like seriously, this is the smallest, least rooms of any of these maps that I've seen. So we're gonna pull that in. We'll see if it pulled in. There it is. Look at this. I mean, this is definitely acceptable. I mean, technically there's what, 40 some rooms? 1 square equals 10 relative feet. I think this is going to be, well, it's going to be a little bit of a pain in the ass, but I think it's going to be relatively easy. So I'm assuming they're going to come in, this is like normal size, and then they go into there and you shrink and go into this stupid little castle. We'll see, though. So let's crop. In the wrong. I think I am. Let's do this. Why is she not cropping? Oh, you misbehaving little vixen. No, not gonna do it. Let's try it again. Damn it! What is this? Artboard? No. I have a feeling that it's just a matter of doing this and then saving. I'm in designer, that's why. Stupid. I said I didn't want to be in there, didn't I? Let's use the proper program, then it'll work really quick and easy. Watch this, it's amazing. All right. Apply. See, that's what I was looking for. The apply button. File. Save as. Now we want to export it. JPEG, that's fine. Done with that. Need to get it to 800%. Again, whenever I try to go to 1600%, it really gets stupid. We should be okay here. Now, I'm not confident that this is going to do what I want it to do like it did the last time. But let's see. Last time we did it perfect. So. Oh, you son of a bitch. Really? That looks closer to what I need. We'll see. All right, so we'll see if it floats over. You know, it's staying inside the grid line there. Let's go top to bottom. As we go down here. Oh my God. This is 2 maps in a row that we didn't screw up the grid. So that'll be 55 by 73. Shit. Need to do it at 100 pixels. So we know it's 55, 73. So that worked well. We have our trace image set. We need to use the 100 pixel one. Let's see if it works. It's usually 2.56. And it's consistent. There's our map. So let's start drawing. So the top part we'll do using the cave brush, and the bottom part we will do with the creation tool, the building tool. All right, so let's pick a cave wall color. Let's look at the description to see what they say about this cave. So there's Stone Giants, Otto the Fairy Dragon. There's Homunculus, Caverns. Let's see. Chambers in this level are rough hewn, not naturally formed, have 30-foot high ceilings, wider passages are 20 feet tall. So we'll just start drawing. I'm really happy that we don't have to do this entire level as a cave. All right. So let's change this and do this. I always have to go in. I've got an HDMI switch, and to make that do what it needs to do, unfortunately with the graphics card that I have, I can't go more than 4 screens. I know that sounds crazy, but I'd like to be able to do 5 or 6 screens so that I didn't have to flip out of this. Because my drawing tablet is considered an extra screen. I'm not real happy with the colors I've chosen. Alright, so let's start in the upper corner and take it from here. So this should just make a nice rough-hewn walkway all by itself. Oh God, I have the 2 things flipped. 1, 2. That's awesome. I didn't even think about that. I hate it when they do these tiny little walkways. It's whining. Think I'm going to have to take a little break. Let the boys out. Give Isis her pill. So I can hear her pacing out there. So we're not going to worry about it being perfect like always. This kind of has like a randomizer to it when you are doing these lines. Now I can hear Tessa out there. Let me in. Let's see. That. She's such a brat. No one can accuse Tessa of being a well-behaved child. I think one of my biggest issues in the past is I've worried too much about fidelity to the original map as drawn, and I've kind of let that stuff go. All right, so we're going to do here, we're going to set up our save file. Let's see what time it is. 2:57. So let's do this. Let's take a look and see if we're happy with how that looks. Paintbrush, I think we're going to change mountain terrain to this is just our background we're painting in. And we've been running with the limestone for most of this. I will set up our save file. All right, so that's saved. We'll do one more save. All right, I'm going to get off for about a half hour. I'm going to eat some lunch, give a pill, let the pups out, let Tessa pester the fuck out of me for a little bit. And we'll be back on. We're going to do the outlining of this map. Tomorrow we'll do the finishing of it. And maybe because it's not massive, I mean, it's big, but it's not as bad as some of the others. Maybe we'll even start level 8. But anyway, everybody have an awesome afternoon. If I don't see you when I get back on, Violet, you have a great day. Hopefully we'll see you when you get back on in about a half hour. But everybody, have a great day. We'll catch you next time.